Well, good evening, everyone. It's Friday, January 23, 2026, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. A chilly 5 degrees, but no snow yet. You are watching Co-op for 2. You're joining me for an unboxing and a discussion and then full playthrough of what's in the box, which is a set of games under the heading Magnus Protocol Mysteries, based on a podcast. We're going to talk about what I'm confused about here, what I'm intrigued to look at. I want to hear from you guys what your experience is with this show, the Magnus Protocol. Let's catch up. Let's see how everyone is doing. YouTube says we have 16 viewers. Somehow we had 20, and as soon as I started talking, we lost 25% of the viewers. All right. Doris is getting 1.5 feet of snow tomorrow. Dragoon Dave knows the podcast. He says we should listen to it. It's a great horror podcast. All right, let me talk a little bit about what I know about Magnus Protocols, or the Magnus Protocol. I know it is a podcast horror office radio drama. I know you can listen to it for free. I know they have a Patreon. I know that it started out as the Magnus Archive sometime in 2016, and then that was the first incarnation of it, and then it evolved into the Magnus Protocol, which is ongoing, but has only been going on for a couple years. The company that created it is called Rusty Quill, and I have written down here that the creators are Jonathan Sims and Alexander Newell. So that's the podcast. Now, I have listened to the first episode, and it is horror. It feels like there's a little bit of humor going on. It's set in an office, a paranormal office. This is a paranormal world, and it seems like it's sort of anthologies. The episodes are like 20 minutes, sometimes an extra long episode. But anthology, horror, paranormal stories, but a continuing thread involving the workers that are working for some paranormal cataloging office. So some of the dialogue is just about them entering stuff into this weird computer, and then they're uncovering these little horror stories, but I guess over time it pulls in the office workers and creates a drama. It's not, it feels like it's from the first episode that it's flirting with humor, but everything I read is that it's just that it is really more horror than humor. And then this game is is set in that world, but designed independently, designed by an independent developer in collaboration with the creators of this podcast. I'm going to talk a little bit about the game designer in a minute, but let me just check in with the chat and see who has familiarity with this podcast. So Dragoon Dave is recommending it. He really likes it. Magnus Protocol is the sequel to the Magnus Archive. I believe that's right. Deej Fad says, if you like the podcast, try to listen also to Hi Nay. Jonathan Warner was pointing out a video game that he was reminded of when he listened to the first episode called Hotline. Home Safety Hotline has you playing as a phone support operator in some supernatural world. There are lots of these very unusual sort of management office games that have come up in the last couple years, and some of them are quite creative. Okay, so let's talk about now the game, the Magnus Protocol Mysteries games. Now, this came on Kickstarter about a year ago, sometime end of 2024. And let's just take a look. Here is the Kickstarter page for it. Now, I backed this with the help of the Patreon supporters of this channel. Most of you remember, because I talk about it often, that I don't have any relationships with any publishers. I don't get free copies. I don't want the free copies. I like that we can share our unbiased, honest opinions of games. But that means I do depend on the Patreon supporters of this channel to help me pay for the more expensive games. Now, this Kickstarter set ended up costing about $110. I backed it last year, and if you can't become a member of the Patreon, that's fine, but hope you'll join me in thanking those in the audience who are part of the Patreon supporters of this channel. They make games like this possible. Okay, so here was the Kickstarter, which was like a year ago, maybe a little more than a year ago. And you can see they're introducing this new game, 14 up, 1 to 8 plus, whatever. It's a cold case style game. But now look, okay, it's the standard thing we're used to, sort of evidence you try to solve the mystery. There's some audio. But here's the part that really threw me. A little bit of audio with each case, but it looks like a standard cold case game. Okay, so they're going to make a cold case game based on this world of Magnus Protocols. That seems completely reasonable. I'm interested. But then this is what really threw me. Okay, 3 cases. All right. Want more? Here's 3 more. So it's 6 cases. The normal pledge is $50 for 3. You could have 6 for $90. So now, at this point, I'm a little confused. Like, how are they going from 0 to 6 cases? That seems like an inordinate amount of work and a very steep learning curve for whoever's designing these. And then you could buy some extra gimmicks. Okay, so already I'm very skeptical that it's ever going to fund. And then I saw the timeline. That's when I got very skeptical. This Kickstarter went live in November 2024. So less than a year and a half ago. And their plan was that the 6 cases are completed and ready for testing in 2024, December. So I guess they had them all created before they even went to Kickstarter. Pretty unusual. But then they gave themselves 3 months to playtest 6 cases. And then the month after that, it goes into production. And then a couple months after that, they're ready to send out and ship. Now, when I saw this, I said, this is wildly ambitious and never going to happen in a million years. And if we're lucky, we'll get 1 or 2 cases out of this. But somehow, this worked. This happened. And these games have just arrived. So a couple months beyond their schedule, but not much. And in these boxes are 6 different games. 6 cases. So I don't really understand how this was done, how this was pulled off. And I am suspicious that these cases are going to have been playtested sufficiently. I don't really understand it. Now, I mean, you could see how someone could write these cases and just have them targeted to this, set in this world. It's still very weird to have 6 cases ready to go so quickly. The chat says, it is a supernatural world. Maybe they managed to finish it in a supernatural way. Well, that's quite possible. Okay, now, we do have one more little clue here. There is a game designer credited with creating these cases, and it is Sydney Engelstein. Now, who is Sydney Engelstein? Well, Sydney Engelstein is the author of quite a few board games. Most familiar to me is Aeon's End Legacy of Gravehold, the legacy version of Aeon's End, which I really liked. Not perfect, but I really liked it. Now, she didn't create the original Aeon's End, but she was heavily involved in Legacy of Gravehold, a big production, a big game, and she's done some other games as well. And she's the daughter of Jeff Engelstein, who's the author of a book called Game Tech, and he's got his own game design podcast. So we've got a little game design family going on there, people who are interested in the theory of games as well. But I don't think Sydney has done a mystery game before, so it is strange to me that we went from 0 to 6. I just don't know how that's possible. As someone who's been writing some mystery games for New York Noir for a little bit, I can see how you could write a couple in a year, but I get them all played and produced and the documents, so we'll see. Yeah, maybe AI helped. All right, so with that out of the way, let's open up these boxes, and then we're going to have to decide which of these to play. They look like they're all standalone. They're not a continuing story, so we could, I'm not even sure that it makes sense to say which one is first, but we'll decide as a group which one to play. All right, so you could have backed a level of this game where you got some extra knickknacks, but you know I'm not a fan of that, but it did come with some little stickers here. So you could imagine that maybe this game would be super appealing. If you're a big fan of the podcast already, I could see how this game would really appeal to you. So it's just some stickers. We're going to learn about this organization, I guess. So this is the organization that they work for, OIAR, Office of something. All right, let's open up these boxes. Now, while I'm opening up these boxes, let me remind you that Sundays are our normal play-by-mail session. Last week, we started a new 12-part series called Letters from a Ghost Hunter. If that next letter arrives in time, we'll be playing that on Sunday. If not, I think what we'll do is we'll have another session playing Unboxed, which is a very cool puzzle game that we've been playing recently. All right, let's see what we've got here. All right, so it is box set 1 and 2. So 1 was their official one, and then box 2 was a bonus one. I see on the web page they're selling box 1. I'm not sure they're selling box 2. You can see it's a nice little slipcase, they call it. All right, so 6 games. Indie Boards and Games. That's a company that does make a bunch of board games, including, I believe, Flashpoint, which I'm a fan of. So we're going to open these up and just look at them briefly, and then we'll pick which one to play. But I just want to see what kind of production quality we're looking at. I mean, I suppose you could imagine they could have been working on these for a long time. This seems like a very short turnaround to have produced something. But it looks very nicely produced. I guess we paid $110 for 6 cases. Normally, these normal cold case games might go for $20 a piece, so that's a regular price, a reasonable regular price. So if you had to guess which game one should play first, you'd probably start with the first box and the first case in the first box, but I don't think we have to do that. In fact, if we're curious and suspicious of quality, we could jump right to the back and work our way back. Perry says, didn't Rusty Quill, which is the company that makes the Magnus Protocol, produce an RPG before this game? I believe they did do an RPG-like thing. All right, let's open this up and see what we've got here. Let's look at the first box. Become a paranormal investigator. Immerse yourself in a spooky supernatural mystery. Step into the role of a paranormal investigator. Discover the impossible truth of the case. And here's the case. Claudia Riley, a promising young chef, has been found dead in her flat after a date with a new boyfriend. When the police autopsied the body, they discovered she was missing internal organs. Was this simply a first date gone wrong, or is there something more sinister afoot? We need you to find out. So the website says they all start with an audio introduction, and then we solve the case, 40 pieces of evidence. Difficulty 4. Okay, so here's our first thing to do. Let's look at all these cases and see if they're difficulty. All right, yes, they are. This one's a 4. This one's a 5. This one's a 2. So here's the set in the first set. So box is the same. They've all got a nice cover. All right. We got classic case. They all follow the same structure, but we've got very different difficulty levels. A 4, a 5, and a 2 in the first 3 sets. 30 pieces. 30 pieces. First case, 40. Okay, that's the first set. Let's take a look and see what the second set looks like. Okay, difficulty 1 in the bonus box, case 1. Difficulty 1, that sounds very easy. Next box, difficulty 3. And the last box, difficulty 3. Okay, so the secondary box, which some people might not have gotten, depending on how they kickstarted it, are easier cases. A level 1, a level 3. Now, normally, I mean, my rule is not to, I don't claim to be an expert at these things, but I do not purposely buy the cold case games that are rated at like 1 or 2 easy difficulty. That just, tends to be for a different kind of audience. So we're certainly, I don't think, should start with that one. That one is the doppelganger. Let's take a look. Listen to the incident recording, investigate all the incidents. Maybe we'll actually open up this one, the easy difficulty one, because it's unlikely we will ever play this one unless we're just curious about it. But let's see what comes in a box. All right, we've got a fold out, a little instructions, a welcome, a how to play. There's going to be phone messages to listen to, a mention about supernatural elements, online integration. You will be required to go online at some points to access additional clues. Then we've got a welcome. This case has a cardboard box with a little plastic metal lock, very similar to what Hunt the Killer does. And then some QR codes on floppy disks. So actually multiple things with QR codes. Some various paper evidence. It's a little bit on the cheap feeling side, but not totally unreasonable. Little ticket, another little print, some printed single-sided social media, and then some looks like photographs that are printed on, well, sort of photograph paper. Okay, so I would call this on the low end of materials, but that's okay because I don't really care about that. We do have a double-sided newspaper here. All right, so exactly what you would expect in a cold case game, except we haven't seen the multimedia online element. Do they advise in which order to play the cases? There is nothing about that. There is nothing talking about which order to play them. I mean, it's clear that it does seem very clear that these are all independent, which is a little unusual since the show seems to be all about anthology that is connected in a connecting, continuing story. So this is the bonus box. So if we wanted to stress test this set, we would pick a game from the bonus box where you would think they would send the less well done games. But we definitely wouldn't want to play the difficulty 1. But we could play one of these 3 level difficulties. Let's read them and see what appeals to us. Okay, so here's the level 1. But I think that's too easy for us. They all have the same basic become a paranormal investigator. Okay, so this one is the Blackout. In 1940, during the London Blitz, a boy was trapped alone in a dark basement. In 2022, with energy prices skyrocketing, a student goes missing from his flat. 2 boys, separated by nearly a century, both scared, both alone, both in the dark. Is history doomed to repeat itself? We need you to find out. Okay. The Blackout. The doppelganger is a young man sees a dead woman dancing in a nightclub with her ex-husband, perfect imposter stepping into her old life and living it. Is this a shapeshifter, a memory, a ghost? Where did it come from? How did it choose her? Or is something bigger stalking this unsuspecting town? Okay, but that's the difficulty 1 case. Here is the woman on fire. A string of mysterious fires tears through a housing block. The insurance company denies all claims, pointing to faulty wiring, abandoned candles, and general mismanagement as the simple cause. But survivors from the fires tell the story of a fiery phantasm walking down the halls. Could she be real? Okay. And then going back to the first box, we have a level 2 difficulty, the grinning corpse. A young and healthy shop worker drops into a mysterious coma. In spite of his vegetative state, he's grinning, teeth bared, and a painful, grimacing smile. The doctors have tried every muscle relaxant they can find. His face is trapped in that manic expression. What sinister circumstance carved this skeleton grin? That sounds like the movie Smile. Okay, that's a level 2. I think it might be better for us to avoid that. So I think maybe we're looking at the hardest case, the 3, the 4, the 3, the 4s, or the 5s. Let's look at this one. 6 feet under. A small town therapist goes to the doctor complaining of difficulty breathing. A simple x-ray reveals a horrifying truth. Her lungs are packed entirely full of dirt. She shouldn't still be alive, let alone walking and talking. What supernatural horror could have done this to her, and what dark secret is lurking beneath this picturesque town? Her lungs are filled with dirt. That's weird. And here is our 4 difficulty case, maybe the first one with more evidence. Claudia Riley, promising young chef, has been found dead in her flat after a date with a new boyfriend. The police autopsied the body. They discovered she was missing internal organs. Was this simply a first date gone wrong, or is there something more sinister? Okay, so that would be a natural first case to play, the first case in the box. We could jump right to the hardest case. That would be a reasonable thing to do. Maybe not a good idea, though. The easy case of a 2 and a 1, I think we should skip. I don't think we should consider playing the 1s or 2s. But we could definitely start out at a 3. 2, 3 cases. All right, so these are your choices, I think. If we play a 3 and it's too hard, then we can dip down to a 2. But otherwise, I think maybe let's give ourselves a challenge, a little bit more of a challenge. So it depends what you want. I mean, I guess what I would suggest is, let me just sort them. I guess I would suggest that we not start out with the hardest one, because you know the way these games work, which is sometimes we take them for granted and don't give them the seriousness they deserve. And if we ruin that experience on the hardest one, we can't go anywhere from that. So I suggest we put the hardest case out of the running. That leaves us with these. The first game in the box with the most evidence, 40. Everything else looks like 30. 30, 30, 30. Is that what it is, really? 30. I mean, that's not a coincidence. Every case looks like 30, except maybe they shoved more into this first box to give you the best first experience. You want them turned over so you can see their names. Woman on Fire, that's a rating 3. Blackout, that's a rating 3. These are in the second box, the bonus box. And then The Last Supper is the rating 4. And in the first box, and 6 feet under is the highest difficulty, which I suggest we save. So I think we should play one of these. If we want to have the best, most polished experience, probably that would be this one. And then if we want to stress test the system and see how good are the games they put on the back shelf, we would pick one of those. You have one, is one story more appealing to you than the other? All right, let's just open up the voting here. You can get in your votes whenever you're ready. So just say vote and do the name of the case you want to play. So this one is Woman on Fire. This one is The Blackout. This one is The Last Supper. You might have, oh yeah, I was going to say you might have to type vote for, but no, I guess vote works. So Last Supper, difficulty 4, 40 evidence instead of 30, and first game in the box, probably the most polished of them. Difficulty 3, these two cases, which are Blackout and Woman on Fire. Those are in the second box. Might be more of an interesting test to see what the quality of some of the other ones are. Jonathan votes for Woman on Fire. One we're putting out of the running. Now, you know these votes are not binding, and you know Jonathan Warner and I go way back. So Jonathan Warner sometimes has an influence on the voting, an outsized influence on the voting, as they say. Which one do I want to play? You can always change your vote. You just say vote for something else and it'll change it. Okay. Yeah, you just say vote for whatever. Again, it'll change your vote. So I think what we're going to do, I am very curious. I am so curious about what they have done here. Have they really produced 6 reasonable cold case games? So I am going to have us jump around, and I am going to have us play Woman on Fire. Okay, so we're going to play Woman on Fire, which has a tie for votes a little bit close when you... All right, so we're going to close the voting here. And we are going to stress test this game by playing a game from the second box here. Woman on Fire. I do appreciate that they gave these difficulty ratings. I'm a little... It's hard to do. So I'm impressed that they've managed to... I mean, I like that they've gone to that trouble. All right, let's open it up. Let's get started here. Woman on Fire. I like this. I like the art. I like everything about it. The production quality is really quite nice. You can imagine putting this on your bookshelf. The Magnus Protocol Mysteries, OIAR, that's the name of the organization. Non-Vasilambus. Non-Vasilambus. That's obviously Latin. Non-Vacillabimus. We don't vacillate? What does that mean? All right, let's read the proper instructions now, which looks like it's shared among all the games. Welcome to the Magnus Protocol Mysteries. In this game, you will step into the role of an employee at the OIAR, a government organization tasked with cataloging all supernatural events that occur within England. During the game, you and your team will need to go through the documents within this box to uncover the secrets behind a supernatural incident. If you need hints, audio help, or are ready to finish your case, go to MagnusProtocolMysteries.com. How to play. The Magnus Protocol Mysteries is not like other board games. There are no turns, no rules, and no set ways to play. During the game, you'll have access to all the evidence in the box. These include both paper documents and floppy disks with audio recordings to listen to. There may additionally be a locked box containing additional information you'll need to solve the case, which you'll have to figure out how to unlock. Evidence can be read in any order and reread as many times as desired. Feel free to go through each document together as a group or split documents up among different players. There is no time limit. Feel free to take your time exploring all the evidence because all the information needed to unravel the truth of the case is contained within them. You may find it helpful to take notes as you go with important dates, names, and details to aid in solving the case. Keep in mind, the cases you are solving take place in England, so some details may be different from how they work in other countries. Most importantly, the dates in these cases are written as day, month, year. Don't get confused. During the case, you will have to read phone messages. To help refresh your memory, the text message on the right side belonged to the owner of the phone. The text on the left belonged to whoever's name is at the top of the message. Okay, I like that. I like that when it tells you that, because as someone who doesn't use the phone much, I frequently get confused about that. Okay, so the right is from the owner, and the left is the person who's calling, whose name is up here. Don't worry about the time in the left corner. That's just when your colleagues accessed this phone for you. Face your fear, solve the mystery. What am I solving? Unlike other mystery games, this case is not a whodunit. Rather than finding the culprit of a crime, you must try to fully understand the circumstances of the incident and put together a complete timeline of events. Not all events will be able to be fully understood, but if there isn't enough information about something to draw a full conclusion, you probably won't need to. Once you feel ready to finish the game, you'll take a short quiz about the details of the case to assess how accurately you've unraveled the mystery. Okay, so that's interesting. This is a supernatural world. We're not trying to find a culprit. We're trying to just understand everything that happened. Each case is different, but if you need direction, try following the checklist below. Is there a supernatural manifestation, and if so, what effect has it had? Of the people involved, have any been injured, killed, or otherwise meaningfully affected by the events of the incident? Can you trace a through line from when the supernatural event began to how things ended up at the end of the incident? Once you feel you have a grasp on the answers to the above questions, it's probably time to take the quiz. But how does the supernatural work? Don't worry, you won't need a guidebook for how the supernatural works in order to solve this case. You don't even need to have listened to the Magnus Protocol podcast. Basically, just pay attention to the details of the evidence and follow where they're pointing. If all the evidence is pointing to a solution that isn't physically possible in our world, trust your gut. That's probably the truth. If you find yourself thinking, well, there isn't any evidence hinting toward it, but technically some crazy superpower could have just made all this happen, that's probably not the answer. The supernatural element may not necessarily be a demon or a ghost or something you've heard of. Sometimes the case will be a normal situation that has one aspect which is physically impossible or just somehow spooky without fitting into a classic category. Don't forget to explore those possibilities too. Note, These cases will never require you to call any phone number listed on any piece of evidence. The phone numbers used in these cases are currently not in use, could possibly become real at some point in the future. Do not call any phone numbers. That's a good thing to tell us, because we have made some 1 a.m. calls on this channel that we almost woke people up. Okay, this is important. Online integration. During the game, you will be required to go online at some points in order to access additional clues or to solve the mystery. Additional clues to solve the mystery. Make sure at least one player has their phone handy to scan QR codes or go to websites. Additionally, you are welcome to use the internet to look up any information you may need to help solve the case. However, the cases are not designed with the assumption that you will need to Google any information. Good. If there is a piece of information a layperson would not know, it will either be explained in another document or will not be necessary to solve the case. Love it. If you ever look up information and it directly conflicts with a piece of information written on a piece of evidence, such as a scientific fact or location, trust the evidence included in the game. Remember, these are supernatural events. The details you're investigating may not be exactly what they'd be in real life. Each case also includes floppy disks with audio recordings to listen to. Scan the QR code on the back of each disk to play the audio. If you're having trouble using the QR code, go to magnusprotocolmysteries.com, select your case to access the audio files online. If you need an audio transcript, you can turn on the subtitles of the video link there. Okay, all great. If you ever go to a URL that you find on a piece of evidence, check the top of the web page. All pages that are within the game will have a banner at the top with our Magnus Protocols Mysteries logo. If you find yourself on a website that doesn't have the logo, we didn't intend for you to go there, and whatever you find shouldn't factor into solving the mystery. Okay, that's all great. Puzzles. Each mystery comes with at least one puzzle that must be solved to unlock further pieces of evidence. It's not recommended to try to solve the mystery without unlocking the rest of the evidence. These puzzles may be immediately obvious, or they may present themselves over the course of play. Once you think you have the solution to a lock or code puzzle, feel free to input it. There's no penalty for incorrect codes or limit on how many codes can be input. If you're having trouble with a puzzle, you can go to the website, select your case, and get hints. Finishing the game. There is no time limit for the Magnus Protocol Mysteries. Instead, you and your group will decide when you feel confident enough to submit your solution. Go to the quiz and solution page for your case. To finish the game, you'll be presented with a short quiz of questions to answer about the incident. Feel free to go back to the evidence while taking the quiz to ensure your answers are well-founded. Additionally, there is no penalty for going back to the quiz and changing your answers as you go, but once you've hit submit my answers, there's no going back. Once you've submitted your answers, you'll get to read a summary of the case. Okay, and to find out if you're right. So that's interesting. You can't guess and then get another crack at it. All right, very reasonable set of rules there. All right, now let's read our briefing for this case. Office of Incident Assessment and Report, OIAR, internal use only. Welcome to the Office of Incident Assessment and Response. We at the OIAR are pleased to have new staff aboard as our current caseload has grown too unmanageable for our current employees to handle. As you may know, the OIAR is a branch of the UK government in charge of the collection and cataloging of unnatural events taking place within our country. Our proprietary computer software, FR3D1, has the unique ability to scan the internet, phones, and any digitized data for evidence of supernatural activity. As government agents, nothing is outside of our purview, considering our work will directly correlates with public safety. FR3D1 flagged this incident due to the eyewitness account of an alleged fire monster burning down the building. It will be up to you to determine if that story is earnest or fabricated. Before you submit your investigation report, make sure you've determined if there is a fire monster, and if so, where it came from or who it is. Once you determine what or who this creature is, please specify what its goals are. In case this is an external, we will need to handle further in the future. I understand this case could possibly feature difficult topics such as domestic abuse, altered mental states, and immolation, but I trust you'll find yourself capable of the task. Your co-workers, Sam, Alice, Celia, and Gwen, are currently out on another assignment, so you won't be able to ask for their assistance, but I believe they've left behind some of the information from their preliminary work on the case that should be helpful to you. If you see post-it notes or written feedback from them on the documents provided, use those to assist you in reaching your final conclusion. The reverse side of this letter contains everything you need to begin. Okay, a nice little contents list. So ideally you would check and make sure you have everything. In general, when we play, we don't pay any attention to this, but if we get stuck, we might go look at it. When you are ready to begin the case, start by listening to the audion labeled Insurance Claim Southernly G 8724. So remember, that's month 7, day 8, day, month, year, the 8th day of July. Then I would recommend reading the resident interviews. Good luck. Welcome to the team. Lena Kelly, Manager, Office of Incident Assessment and Response. And then we've got 2 post-it notes written by our colleagues. Alice says, hey, if you ever get stuck on a lock or something, scan here and I'll help you out. What else are workplace big sisters for? And Sam says, once you're done with your investigation, scan here to turn in your findings. Lena can seem harsh, but at least she'll tell you what you did wrong. Okay, a very polished thing here. QR code for hints, QR code for solving the case, alternate direct links in the rules for instructions. But we need to listen to this. So it's given us a suggestion. Start with that and then read the resident interviews. So actually, though, let's just take a look at what's in the box here. So we've got a floor plan blueprint. We've got a locked box that we don't have access to yet. We've got 2 substantial feeling cardboard discs. One is the insurance claim, which is what it says we should start out by listening to. So we will scan this and listen to that. But then we have a voicemail to listen to, a police report, looks like a arrest record of this person, George Southernly. What was the other thing? Resident interviews. What would those be? This seems like this insurance claim interview. I think these are the interviews. Jonathan says, let's take a break after we skim this. I agree with that. Okay, so we got a whole bunch of interviews to read, which the instructions suggest we do as our second thing. Then we've got little clippings of text messages, a printout of a website with some map information, document from company, some burned pieces of notes that go together, a receipt, an email printout, another email printout, another email printout, more burned notes, looks like a contract of some sort, an invitation to a funeral, more printouts, and 1 photo. All right, why don't we take a first break early here? Remember, if you join me for this, you won't be able to play this on your own. You will be able to buy these separately. I don't know if they're for sale yet, but they are clearly going to be available for sale outside of the Kickstarter. So if you think you want to play these, you could stop watching now. You could watch this after you play through these, or you could join me for a little bit and then decide whether this is for you. We're going to take our first break here. When we come back, we'll get started. All right, we're back. Thank you for joining me. We're going to follow the recommended steps here and jump right into the multimedia audio and hope that our infrastructure here holds up. Okay, so start by listening to the audion, which I guess is their word. It's either a typo or it's what they're calling these. The podcast does have them using some old computer technology, so this is sort of fitting with that. Okay, start with the insurance claim from July 8th. All right, let's do this now. Let's see if we can get everything to work right here. Okay. Or we could just go to the website it says now. Let's see, is it going to start playing? No, it's going to give me time. And we can close these other pages from our previous game. Okay. Now you let me know if the audio is too loud or too soft, too quiet, and I'll see if I can turn on the closed captions as well.
Claim review KR74630, policyholder George Sutherley, policy number 123981-349, policy type building insurance, site address 443 North Arlington Lane, Sothersby, R1 7LP, date of incident 7th July 2024. Claim valuation £790,000. Assessment conclusion: claim denied. Reason: fraudulent claim. See incident description and police report. Incident description as follows. I don't care what my bloody history is. I don't care what's happened before. I'm telling you the God's honest truth, which I know means jack all to you insurance vultures, but at least I'll have tried. I'll spill my guts all over the page so you can tut over it and push it around your desks and file it and stamp it in big red letters, but maybe it'll get through to someone. Maybe one of you pricks will read it and internalize it and actually do something about it. Maybe one of you will see her someday. Because I'm telling you now that she's still out there somewhere, and you'll remember my story and you'll know it's all your goddamn fault. Because I told you so, and no one listened. My building didn't burn down because of negligence or bad wiring or a rogue hot plate touching a blanket or whatever you're going to find when you poke around in the wreckage. It was a monster. When the alarms went off, I grabbed some things, documents and stuff, my emergency cash, my laptop, and I hurried off into the hallway to evacuate, and there she was, standing in the hallway, flame curling off her skin like steam off a bath. I should have smelled her more than anything. That sickening thick of roasting flesh, congealing, snapping fat, and peeling skin, but all I smelled was smoke. She wasn't screaming in pain either, just standing there like some kind of immolated phantom. I don't know who she was, if she was anyone. The flames licked over her face and I couldn't make out any details beyond a blackened human silhouette wreathed in that pounding inferno. Maybe she was just the fire itself. Everything she touched blackened and burned. The sprinklers burst at that point, drenching me and hissing out where it touched the burning woman. She barely seemed to notice. Her face, if you can call it that, featureless flame, tilted towards me then, and I'm not too proud to say I ran. Back into my flat fast as I could. To hell with the emergency stairs, I was only on the second floor. I jumped out the window. Felt my ankle hit wrong under me. It's fractured, by the way, just another way I'm the only one actually suffering here. But I didn't let it stop me. I just ran and ran until I couldn't see the black smoke of the sky anymore. Incident description ends.
Okay. So, I don't know if we need to listen to that again.
Claim
I
review
didn't really pay too much attention. Okay, so it's
Policyholder
George
George Southernley.
Southernley.
Policy number 123981-349. Policy type building insurance. Site address 443 North Arlington Lane,
Oops.
Sothersby, R1 7LP. Date of incident 7th July 2024. Claim valuation £790,000. Assessment conclusion. Claim denied. Reason. Fraudulent claim. See incident description and police report. Incident description as follows.
All right, so let me just listen to again how it started.
I don't care what my bloody history is. I don't
You got
care
a
what's
history.
happened before. I'm telling you the God's honest truth, which I know means jack all to you insurance vultures, but at least I'll have tried. I'll spill my guts all over the page so you can tut over it and push it around your desks and file it and stamp it in big red letters, but maybe it'll get through to someone. Maybe one of you pricks will read it and in turn.
So that's fine. So this is the guy filing the claim. His claim got denied by the insurance company because he's got some past history, but he describes the scene of this fire monster, a woman with a blackened face, lots of blackened face. He's on the second floor. He jumps out and runs. She doesn't seem to be doing anything. She's not trying to kill him. He doesn't describe her as doing anything but being on fire, not particularly in pain, etc. And then the next thing, we could go back and listen to it again if we needed to. It's a big, expensive claim. And then it says read the resident interviews. It's odd that it's called resident interviews. Maybe we're going to hear it. Maybe these are all because interviews of people who were in this building at the time. Seems like we might want to start with the police report, but let's follow the game's advice. So they're all single-sided. They're all from July 8th, which is the event time, and they're all interviews by the insurance company, maybe? They're all conducted by Cindy Loxley. And they're all going to be interviewing different people. Okay, let's read these. Well, here's an interview of George Southernley. Agent, could you state your name and flat number for the record? It's George Southernley. I'm flat 2B. And you also own the building, correct? You know I own the bloody building. You're my insurance company, for Christ's sake. I'm just trying to get it on the record, Mr. Southernley. Could you go through what happened that day for me? And then she's Alice, who our co-worker has made some annotations. So George Southernley says, well, you hardly need to know what I did with the rest of my day, considering I'm still a citizen with the right to privacy. I wasn't even in town, so it's none of your business. I usually spend the weekends here, but I got held up on urgent business. I've been pretty damn busy recently, as you can imagine. That evening, when the fire happened, I was in my flat. I got in around 8, I'd say. And when I was exiting the stairwell, I noticed a weird smell, like singed plastic. Weirdly chemical. I tried to track it down and realized it was coming from the flooring. There were these blackened, burnt patches all down the length of the hallway. I took a couple pictures, figured I'd confront my residents with it and make sure whoever did it paid for a proper replacement. I'm not giving them a place to live for them to treat it like some chemical dump. We'd like a copy of those pictures. Sure, what do I care? I'm washing my hands of this place. I don't want to be anywhere near it anymore. I'm moving out of this country as far away as possible. And during the fire? Oh, piss off. You already don't believe me about the burning woman. I'm not trying to get myself institutionalized. Fair enough. That's all we need from you. Okay, so Alice has commented on this insurance investigation, and she says, "Is this suspicious?" He says, "You hardly need to know what I did with the rest of my day. Some local investigating says Sutherland and Sons buildings have a penchant for burning down. Seems like a pretty shite landlord." Okay. Interesting. He's got a history of filing fake insurance claims, but he definitely seems like this one was legit. Now, so we've got some clues and a timeline that maybe we'll start tracking here. So if we're keeping track of a timeline, what does he say? He says, I got in around 8. So he got in around 8 p.m. GS arrives home. And then when he's exiting, he smells plastic, scent plastic chemical from the floor. Plastic chemical smell from the floor. And what does he say? He sees burnt patches, more black burnt patches. Are they footprints that he's seeing? All down the hallway. He takes some photos, which we're going to see. I think we saw a little at those when we were looking through them. Okay, so he took some photos, which we are hopefully going to get to see. Let's see our next interview. Next interview. Name and flat number, please, Miss Hannah Gelding. Hannah Gelding. Flat 20. Could you recount the events of the day of the fire, please, Miss Gelding? Sure, I suppose. It was mostly a normal day. I woke up early, made coffee, went to work. I'm a shop assistant at a boutique down in Marion, so I work on weekends a lot. Shop doesn't open till 10. I like to walk, so I leave my place a little before 9. Fresh air and all grounds me some. And when did you finish with work? Well, we close 3 on Sundays, and I walked home. Don't really get out much these days, not much to do. I remember when I got home, I heard Emmett's voice in his apartment. I think he was on the phone with his fiancée because he called him sweetheart. He sounded upset, begging the guy to talk to him and call him back. His fiancée's a man, you know, which I think is wonderful. Very normal these days. I have a nephew like that. I like Emmett, and he's new to the building, and I like taking care of people. So around 6, when I cooked dinner, I figured I'd bring him a plate and check up on him. There was light coming out from the underside of the door, but no one answered when I knocked. Does Emmett often leave the light on when he's out? Oh, I don't know. I haven't known him long. After a few minutes, I decided to just take the plate home and put it in the fridge. It was when I was almost done cleaning up, a bit after 7, maybe 7:30. Sun was low enough to come right in through the window, when I heard footsteps outside my door. Thought it might be George, my landlord, and I've been meaning to talk with him about these lights in my apartment that keep flickering terribly even when I change the bulbs. So I went to go speak with him. Miss, is everything all right? Yes. Well, anyway, as I got closer to the door, I felt this intense heat radiating off of it. Reminded me of all those drills we used to run in school. So I pulled my sleeve over my hand and tapped the doorknob. It was warmer than usual. Not burning, but something strange. I tried to look through the peephole, but the hallway was so bright, I couldn't make anything out. And did you go into the hallway? No, I was too nervous. I thought I should call someone, but I thought through what I'd say to the police, and it sounded like silly ramblings. Everything was bright. The door was a little hotter than usual. They'd think I was wasting their time. After a few minutes fretting about it in front of the phone, I decided to check the hallway again, and this time everything looked and felt normal. I figured I'd imagined it all. I heard someone's door close and then hard. I heard someone's door close and then hard, like they were angry, and it reminded me of Taylor, which unsettled me. So I decided to do some crochet and listen to music and calm down. And that's where I was until the alarm went off. And then, well, I went to evacuate. And this time when I checked my doorknob, it was incredibly hot. I thought I remembered that means there must be fire on the other side and that you're best off staying put with the doors shut until you can be rescued. So I called 999, let them know where I was, and hunkered down, trying to stay close to the window. Luckily, the fire hadn't spread to my flat before emergency services arrived. They evacuated with me, and by then I didn't see much fire, just the burnt remnants of the hallway and what was left of Emmett and George's places. They'd left their doors open, you see. The rest of us were wiser than that. Thank you, Miss Gelding. Sam has made a note here. He says, cross-referencing the 999 call with the fire folks finding Hannah in her flat, it's pretty likely she was there the entire time. Okay. So, anything of import here? I mean, she gives us a little bit more timeline. She hears something outside and she thinks maybe there's like a fire. Her door's warm, but she just tries to ignore it. This guy is not home when she goes to give him something. She's just like ignoring it. It's like there's a sign of a fire outside her hallway. She's just like, I went back to my crocheting. I was too nervous. Then eventually it gets so hot, she calls for help. And what was the part about the slamming of the door? She thinks she's imagined it. She goes back. Okay, then I heard someone's door close hard, like they were angry. So this is after there's already some warmth of the fire. A door closes like someone's angry. Reminds her of Taylor, which we don't know. And that's when she goes to do her crochet until the alarm goes off. Oh yeah, let's make a note of what flat it is. 2C. So our owner of the building is in 2B. Maybe we should make a note. Okay, so this is George Southernly in 2B. And that, now, do we really need to make these detailed notes? We don't know. We can get into the habit of doing them, though. Hannah Gelding is in 2C. Okay, she gives us a little bit of timeline information as well. Let's go to our next interview here. Could you state your name and flat number for the record, please? It's Delia Lawler, and I live in 2A. And could you describe the events of the evening in question? I assume you mean the fire. Really, it's best to speak clearly and to the point, especially when you're making requests of other people. Don't you find it rude the way young folks these days will say half a sentence and that's half a sentence at a time, expect everyone else to follow along with their nonsense? Miss Lawler, could you please? It's Mrs. Lawler, thank you kindly. Just because my Jeremiah is with the Lord does not mean I'm not a proudly married woman. I still keep our home just as I have for the last 50-odd years, and I'll do it until the day I go up to join him, I will, burnt down or not. And were you present at the flat during the fire? I was indeed. Terrible thing, I was nearly frightened out of my wits. It was a Sunday, so I was on my normal routine. Up early for church. Brought my famous pasta bake for the luncheon afterwards, as I always do. Gabbed with the ladies until around 1. Did the shopping. I'm still getting used to shopping for 1, even after all these years. Always find myself with too much chicken. Jeremiah, he used to practically eat me out of house and home. Now I'm throwing out moldy chicken at the end of every week. It's a travesty. And after you went shopping, came home maybe about 3 in the afternoon. Takes me a while to get around these days, and the handicap shuttles take so much longer than the regular ones. Council should be ashamed. Oh, close your mouth. I see you about to cut me off. I'll get back on topic. There's no need to hound me. Once I got home, I did a little personal prayer for Jeremiah. Always taking care of him, I am. I bought some lovely candles from a young woman at the church. Adelaide was her name. I lit a few of those on his altar, and I made some dinner for the both of us. We ate in front of the telly. I don't recall what was on, nothing very good, that's for certain. And then around 7, I started getting ready for bed. You were asleep when the alarms went off. Yes, it gave me a terrible fright. Here I was in my nightie, blinded by my sleep mask, thinking the whole world was ending around me. It was just the alarm, of course, but I was terrified. I hoped one of those young neighbors of mine would have the presence of mind to come and assist the poor old lady, but neither of them showed up. So I got out of my bed, I put on my dressing gown, I picked up my favorite picture of Jeremiah, and made my own way out. Didn't see any fire or anyone else evacuating. I thought I smelled something burnt, but I didn't see anything, so I just left. I go down the stairs very slowly these days, but I was still the first one out of the building. And were the candles you lit extinguished by the time you went to bed? And are you certain you switched your oven off after making dinner? I hardly know why you're asking me these questions. My flat wasn't on fire when I left, so it couldn't have been my fault. Thank you again for your time, Mrs. Lawler. And then it looks like Alice has made a note here. She says, that's not creepy that she's got an altar for her dead husband. And then down here she's written, trawl through some immensely boring insurance reports for you just to confirm. Delilah barely reported anything lost in the fire. I guess she's not sure that the fire wasn't in her apartment, but she went and verified it. All right, so if we're making a note, what apartment is she in? She's in 2A. She's the one with the husband altar. She went to bed early, right? She said she was in bed by 7. "7 a.m. sleep." All right, next up. Oh, John says, what about our floor plan? Oh, there we go. So there's the owner. There's the woman we just talked to, Delilah. 2C was our Hannah Gelding woman. I guess now we're going to talk to 2D. This last person here. Name and flat number, sir. Emmett Thatch. I'm in flat 2D, or I was. Hadn't even been there a week, I think. Can you tell me about the day of the fire? Oh, I don't have much to say. I had a few important calls I had to make. Then I left the building for the evening. And around what time was that? Well, I didn't check. Probably around 5. And what did you do when you left? Is that important? I went out for dinner. And where was this? I don't remember. I'm new to the area. Some steakhouse. I didn't get back until the fire trucks were everywhere and the emergency was already over. I saw Hannah on the sidewalk with one of those shock blankets, so I got most of the story from her. Did you leave anything running in your flat when you left? Any candles burning? Oh, no, I always turn everything off. Nothing further to say. I don't know what to tell you. I wasn't even there. Okay, Sam says, hard to do any follow-up considering Emmett doesn't remember the name of the restaurant he went to, but none of his neighbors recall seeing him throughout the fire. And Alice says, wow, Sam can't follow up on a generic trip to an unnamed restaurant. Sounds like someone's not very good at his job. Okay, just a little sarcastic comment here. Okay, so Emmett says, I left the building at 5. So Emmett in 2D left at 5 p.m. And that's consistent with the woman who tried to bring something to his room, right? What does she say? Let's see when she says. Was it the other one? Was the other woman who brought stuff? Yes, it was the other one. Okay, so close at 3. I walked home. I heard Emmett's voice. I thought he was on the phone with his fiancée. He sounded upset. But then around, very normal, I like Emmett. He's new to the building. So around 6, I cooked dinner. I'd bring it home. So at 3 p.m., she hears him arguing. When I got home, I heard Emmett. So she hears Emmett argue around 3 p.m. And then when she tries to visit him around 6, he's gone. Which is consistent with what he says, except he doesn't mention any argument. And he says he left at 5. So that is consistent. But Jonathan spots a contradiction. He says, we have a little bit of a contradiction. Earlier testimony, there was some light in his flat. She did say the light was on. I'm not sure that's a contradiction, though, except if he left his lights on. Because this guy says, and he can't, I always turn everything off. So Jonathan is pointing out that that's a little bit of a contradiction. Because at 5, when she brings him the food, she says there was light coming out from the underside of the door. So, good catch, Jonathan. Because the light is on, and he says everything is off. Okay, that's a good catch. Okay, those are our interviews, and now we're on our own here. So there's Emmett. And there's our owner who sees the woman in the hallway. I'm sure that's all that helpful to us. If we look at the other evidence, we do have a photograph. Remember, he said he took a photograph. Let's take a look at this photograph and see if we can't get a... So I see footsteps. These maybe the burned footsteps. If he's come out of his hallway, he's looking down the hall. That's not right, is it? There's a door. Something's wrong with this picture. Like, where is he? I think he must have taken it down. This must be down this hallway. I was thinking he came out of his door and took this photograph, but that's clearly not what this is. Here we have a T with a door off to the right. Now I thought it was this, but that's not right either. That's a door to the right to the staircase and someone's unit to the left, but that's not right because there's this. So what are we looking at here? I guess we're looking at... I don't understand. What are we looking at? Got a doorway to the right, and then another doorway to the right at the T, and one at the left. How does that make sense? There's no place to be where that's what you see, is it? Or is it this one? If you're here taking a photograph. That doesn't make sense. Can someone explain this to me? Am I just having a brain freeze? Because it looks like this. Right? This is what we should see. There's a doorway to the right and then further down to the right. But how do you see, where would you be where you would see that? You're obviously not here. You're not this way either. Unless you're here? Maybe you're here and you're seeing this and this. Okay, I guess maybe you're looking this way, but boy, that hallway seems like this one's very close to this. But on this diagram, it looks very far away. But I suppose you could be looking that way. So this would go to 2D, this goes to 2C, and this goes to 2B. And these are the footprints going this way. Is that how you read this? Just weird because this door feels like it should be much further, but maybe it's just an abstract picture. Okay, so he's here. He's come out of his apartment, which is at 2B, and he's come down the hall and then taken a photo this way. Okay, that's his apartment. He's come out, he's come down to this hallway and taken a photograph. So these footprints are going towards where? To this location here. Going through the wall? Is there some extra thing there? They don't seem to be going into anyone's unit, and they don't seem to be coming out of this unit, possibly. All right, let's put that there. Perhaps, well, I mean, obviously we want to reconstruct this burned letter, but I think maybe we should start with the police report. I'll just organize this stuff a little bit. Okay, let's look at the police report. Southby police report. So this is from 2021. It's an old police report, not a police report about the fire. Rashim Singh is the reporting officer. Domestic incidents, signs of violence 3 years ago. Detail of event. We received a call at approximately 22:24 the evening of 3rd September from an anonymous neighbor of Hannah and Taylor Gelding. Shouting was audible as officers approached the residence. The altercation appeared to be related to suspected infidelity. Noises quieted when officers knocked on the door, and the man, later identified as Taylor Gelding, opened the door. Inside the flat were signs of violence, such as tipped over furniture, but both residents appeared uninjured. We asked both Geldings if they needed assistance. Both Taylor and Hannah apologized for the noise, declared themselves to be safe and in no danger. Actions taken. Officer left the couple with a warning about future noise violations. This report will be filed for reference in case of future calls to this residence. Okay, so Hannah and Taylor Gelding, and Hannah in her interview mentions Taylor just in passing. So Taylor Gelding, I wouldn't mind the little ages of these people up front and their appearance. It would be helpful. But she's all alone here, it seems like. She wants her fresh air. She sees something that reminds her of Taylor. Where did that happen? I heard Emmett's voice. I think he's on the phone with fiancé. He called him sweetheart. I think he was on the phone with his fiancé because he called him sweetheart. That sounds like that could be a clue. We don't know that he's talking to his fiancé, but whoever he talked to, he called sweetheart. Now, where does she mention Taylor? Someone mentions Taylor. Oh, yeah, here. I heard someone's door close hard like they were angry. It reminded me of Taylor. Okay, that's why it reminds her of Taylor, because someone being angry reminds her of her husband or her ex-husband. We don't know. Okay, well, it's not that useful then. And what are we looking at here? Owner of the building, George Southernly. Here's a photo of him. 192 centimeters. Maybe someone could convert that into feet for me. It's his arrest record. So let's see what we got. 2012, 12 years ago, arrested for failure to meet code something. A violation of code BS 9991. We don't know what that is. $1,000 fine. Oh, these are building fines. Okay, wow, you're arrested for a building fine. He was also arrested in 2017 for a different building code fine. Sentenced to 2 weeks in jail and another £1,000. And then in September of 2022, 2 years ago, more violations to the building code. Sentenced to jail or fined £350. Okay, so he's a bad landlord. Okay, let's see what else we got. So we had our photo. And we already listened to the audio, but we do have another audio that we haven't heard. Okay, so she said his business had a history of problems. Maybe we can follow up on that angle here. I think maybe these text messages could get organized a little better. Southerly. Let's research his business here. And then we've got our emails. Okay. Let's take a look at this guy's business and see what he's up to. So Delia, who's another resident of the building, had some interaction with this company. So here's his company, Southerly and Son. They've got properties, okay, 1,800 pounds rent a month and 1,500 pounds rent. He's got buildings all over outside Manchester. Lots of properties they own. Okay. Is that significant where they're owned? We don't know. But nothing jumps out here. Now, what's this? I see they've evicted them. They want to evict. No, they don't want to evict. They just want to find it. Okay, Delilah Waller, who we talked to in 2A, June. Now, this is the month prior to this fire. Notice is given 29th day of June. So this is a week before the fire, right? Said resident is in violation of terms of their tenancy as follows: use of candles and other open flames in the unit against policies of rental agreement. This is their second warning. If you don't fix it within 7 days, you're going to get fined £45. Notice is given according to the terms of Southerly and Son Property Management as amended, as agreed upon by both parties. If you feel this notice was given in error, contact George Southerly. These tenants aren't even allowed to light candles? Jesus Christ. Scented candles are about the only thing between me and a criminal record. Yeah, maybe these are the candles she's using to light the altar of her husband, Jeremiah. Okay. I mean, all right, so she's lighting candles. I mean, as she points out, she was in that apartment, so how could it have been on fire? How could it have started the fire? Now, look at this. Remember the mention of Taylor Gelding? Looks like he died. In fact, it looks like his crematorium where he was cremated, the gathering was 2 days ago. Is that right? 3 days ago? Guests are encouraged to bring pictures and memories of the deceased for all to share. Huh. Taylor Gelding. I mean, a woman was seen on fire, but could it have been Taylor? Could it have been a man? If you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. I'm right next door. Okay, so what's happened here? Hannah Gelding's husband has died, and she's had a ceremony a couple days ago, and then that's Hannah Gelding. And then one of her neighbors has written this. And it's probably the neighbor who cares about her other neighbors, right? If you need anything, don't hesitate. I'm right next door. Okay, well, right next door could be an ambiguous statement, but Hannah is in 2D. So she could be saying she's in 2D or in 2B. Theoretically, either one of those could work. But our owner, George Southerly, is in 2B. Surely he's not writing that note. So if she's literally means it, then this is 2D writing this note, which would be Emmett. Or it's just figuratively right next door and it's really 2A woman, Delilah. But if it's literal, then it's Emmett. Okay, and he's left a phone number that we're told we don't need to call. Jonathan says, hey, Taylor might have been a woman. Do we know that Taylor is a man? Or is Jonathan responding to someone else's comment in the chat? An anonymous neighbor called on them making noise. Inside the flat, the man, Taylor Gelding. It's definitely a man. The man later identified as Taylor Gelding. Okay. So we've got some handwriting here, if that's important. That's a phone number, but maybe that's a phone number for us to look at text messages. In fact, why don't we take this opportunity to go through the text messages, and then maybe we can line up. So let's sort these here. 5 July, 3 July, 2 July, 5 July, 1 July. Okay, so from earliest to latest, this is going to be a week before our fire. We don't know anyone's, we don't have any phone numbers. Do we have a phone number here? No. I don't believe we have any other phone numbers. Just make sure. Okay, here's our first message here. And this is the person who owns the phone on the right, who's writing to this person. We don't know who that is. Is this still your number? Are you still there? Do you still love me? Wait for me, wait for me, wait for me. I'll be done soon. Please leave me alone. Wow. Next message here. We don't know whose phone this is. Next message to a different number. I remember Manchester, some secrets don't burn. What, trying to blackmail me? I don't know what you think you're going to get out of this, but I've already paid my dues. Can't hide forever. Who's hiding? Interesting. We don't have George's number, right? Not yet, at least. Not on his police report. No numbers. Okay, let's keep going. 3rd July. Thank you for the invitation. Sorry if it's weird. I know we just met, just trying to be neighborly. No, it's very thoughtful. Is it true our landlord lives in this building? Sometimes he manages a lot of properties, so he's out about a lot. That'll be really handy. Do you think he'll come on Friday? I haven't actually met him yet. Who knows who'll show up? It's not exactly a fun day out. George has that thing with fire. What thing? He's terrified of the stuff. If he catches his tenants even lighting candles, he absolutely goes off on them. It's technically against the terms of our lease, but we all do it in secret. What a selfish man. Okay, so we've got a clue here for sure. These are the two people talking about surely the invitation to this, right? So Hannah Gelding has sent an invitation to her neighbor, and the neighbor says, "Thanks for the invitation. Sorry, I know we just met. I'm trying to be neighborly. It's thoughtful." Okay, so I think what we have is that Hannah Gelding, this is her phone number. 07700191212. Now, do you think, I guess there's no number for the owner of this phone, so actually it's not like we can, even if we figured out who this is, it doesn't really matter. But this is a new person. I haven't met him yet. I know we just met. So this is a new person coming into the building that she's writing to. Could that clarify to us? Because we were told that Emmett is new, right? I ended at 219, but it's 212. Thank you. Okay. I see. That's her. Okay, so I thought this note was written by someone who had received the invitation, but it's not. It's that Hannah Gelding has written a note, and she's put this on it and given it under her door to the new tenant. And the new tenant has replied to this phone number and said, "Thank you for the invitation." So this is Hannah Gelding's number on the note she left to the new tenant. And I just want to confirm who the new tenant is, because we have the person mention that he's new. Was it Emmett? That's the new one. Do you remember I'm talking about one of the persons when they're talking about someone, they say he's brand new to the building. I work at this thing. He's new to the building. That's Emmett. Okay. So, and then she's talking to Emmett, who is new. All right. Let's keep going here. The next test message we have is from George. So someone knows this person. "You could have come to the ceremony, you know. I would like to have you there." And George says, so Friday, 5 July. And the ceremony is now over. It's in the evening. And this is probably Hannah Gelding upset that George didn't show up. Maybe is this the landlord, George? He says, "I don't have time for this, Hannah. There's a lot going on right now. I sure know how to pick them, don't I? Do whatever you want, George. I don't care anymore." Okay, so this person who's Hannah, this is Hannah Gelding, says, "I sure know how to pick them." So she's having an affair with this person. But we don't know if this is our George. We know it's a George. Interesting. "I sure know how to pick them. Do whatever you want. I don't care anymore." All right, and now look. Here's a message from our girl, Hannah Gelding. What is she saying and who is she talking to? I noticed the ring on your finger, by the way. Are you married? He says, I'm engaged. How wonderful. I hope she's a good woman. You'd better treat her right. Is she coming to join you soon? He actually, and no, I'll be going back to him once I'm done with my trip here. Oh, how nice. I'm sure your fiancé is wonderful, not like my tailor. You seem like a smart young man, not like I was, so blind to everything. I'm sorry, we only just met. I shouldn't be sharing this sort of thing. It's just now that he's gone, I've realized all my friends are just his friends. They don't want to know what he was really like, or maybe they all knew all along and didn't care. I'm glad he asked to be cremated in a way. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, my own two eyes, I'd keep thinking he's going to come back here again. Oh, don't listen to my dour ramblings. Go be young and in love. Now's the time to enjoy it. I saw the ring. Are you married? He says, I'm engaged. And she says, I hope she's a good woman. You better treat her right. And he says, no, he's him, actually. I'll be going back to him once I'm done with my trip here. So this is Emmett again. Is this just a continuation of this conversation? This girl Hannah is like emailing everyone. Is this just a continuation of this? Thank you for the invitation. We just met. He's terrified of stuff. He catches 10 for the selfish man. And then here she is writing to him again, I think. I noticed the ring. Are you married? Feels like just continuation of this conversation. Not all that useful, any of these, but someone is trying to blackmail our... And then we don't know who this is. Someone's trying to blackmail. This could be the owner of the building getting a message from Hannah. Probably it's the owner of the building. Otherwise, why would we have his phone messages? So these are all Hannah's, I think. Oh, I guess we could tell because she could be having two conversations at the same time. Could she? Yes, she could, actually. So it doesn't really help us. So this guy has said, I have a fiance, I'm gay. So now she's moved on to George. We don't know who these people are, but we have more documents. We may get more phone numbers. And let's see what we've got here. Tittle Tattle, Boy Math 2234 at Boy Math 2234. Posted on 28 June, so a week before the fire. It looks like a ring. Guess who finally popped the question? I can't believe how lucky I am to get to spend the rest of my life with my best friend. The ring is so beautiful, I never want to take it off ever again. Happily ever after, queer love. Okay, so one of these is Emmett. And that's what his wedding ring looks like. Let's see how that helps us. And is this the boutique that one of our girls... Oh, I see. It's a £2,000 wedding ring receipt. Purchased slightly before it was posted about the next day. In Manchester, Antique NGO, gold band wedding ring. Okay, here's the receipt for that wedding band. I think she was having an affair with George before Taylor died. They were having an argument about infidelity when the police arrived, but I suppose it could have been Taylor cheating, not Hannah. Interesting. Okay, so we've got our burned letter and we've got our emails. Those are the physical documents remaining, as well as this locked box. Let's take our next break. We'll come back. Maybe we'll reassemble these burned documents. So far, so good. I'll see you in 8 minutes. There's much we don't know. Let's see if we can put together these burned letters. Looks like there's two of them. One is a lease agreement that's just burned around the edges. Okay, George Southernly. It's listed his mailing address as this building. And it's the lease for Emmett Thatch, who's supposed to be residing there alone in Unit 2D. Okay. It hasn't been, the start and end dates haven't been filled out. It's month, I see, it's month to month. The lease started just a week before the fire. £1,000. First day of each month, £1,000, huh? I mean, that's pretty cheap compared to these other properties, but okay, so he's just moved in. Why is that important to us? It's hard to see why this is important. Just tells us when he moved in, I guess. And we did see that phone message where Hannah asks him, is the guy joining you? And he says, is he coming? Is she coming to join you? And he says he actually, and no, I'll be going back to him once I'm done with my trip. So he's only supposed to be in this unit for a very short time, Emmett. Okay, now we've got this burned thing that we're going to reconstruct here. I don't know what it is. I was thinking I might experiment with my new technology for this, but I think it's too big. Let me actually see if it works. I'm very curious. I had this idea. They make this material that like you use in your car because it's sticky. And I wondered if it would help like assemble these things and let it come off. Like if we were going to try to assemble this, could we lay something here and then take it off? I think it's a little risky. It's going to break this. Okay. I don't think this quite works. This is an interesting idea. Might have to revisit this again in the future. Let's just assemble this and then we'll put it in our normal transparency. It's double-sided. This is exactly the kind of thing that you need to do in a transparency. Okay, let's use our normal technology. I guess that rubber wasn't going to cut it no matter what. All right, we're going to assemble it. Assemble it like this, and then we'll be able to flip it over. I wonder if there's some a nice software tool. In fact, now that the AI is getting so good at writing software, I wonder if you could make a little app that just, you could take a photo of all the pieces and it would identify each separate piece and then let you move them around separately. That would be a kind of neat app. So we've got handwriting on the back of this document. Okay, let's start by just putting these all face side, right side up. This is clearly there. This looks like it's at the top somewhere. That's there. This is welcome, so clearly that's the top left of the letter. This looks like the top here. Your new home, Arlington Lane. And this looks like it might be there. Looks like that's our top. Okay. Oop. I think this is gonna go there. Oh boy. Okay, at least it's a nice small little letter here. This is going here. It's going there. It's going there. And now here's when the rubber meets the road. Let's see if we can get this to work right. Why that little piece doesn't want to. All right, this hopefully will let us flip it around when we need to. I saw a video where the person was testing the AI's ability reasonably to assemble a torn up message. It managed to do a very basic one, but then didn't go so well on a slightly more complicated one. It's true, you absolutely could. You maybe automate the whole thing. I'll bet you could make it do it pretty well, actually. But I was just thinking of a tool that would let us move around the pieces. Okay. So it says, so not perfect here, but it's maybe close enough. It says, welcome. Let's see if I can get it so we can read it together. It says, hi, Emmett. Welcome. I'm thrilled you've selected 443 North Arlington Lane as your new home. I've included some useful information to help get you ready for your move on. Should you have any questions, please feel free to contact me at 388-364. So we do have someone's new phone number. This doesn't have a signature, but surely it's from the owner of the company, Sotheby, George. So I think George Letter phone number is 07700388364. It's going to be useful to us in a bit. Or his email. Although I live in this building part-time, it is not acceptable to knock directly on my door, take notes to it, or attempt to bring up building issues with me directly. Please something, have all your concerns for official emails and respect my private time. Okay, key collection. As previously discussed, since I will not be present on the 2nd, your keys will be available. Remember, he's starting on the 2nd of July. So George says, I'm not going to be present on the 2nd, so your keys will be available for you to pick up in a lockbox on your door. The code for the lockbox is 0728. 0728. I mean, that sure sounds like it's just going to be the code to that box. Is it that simple? Once you've received your keys, please put the lockbox on the handle, of my residence so I can collect it. If you have any trouble collecting your keys, please email or call. So I wonder if it's going to be that code or something's going to be, I've been wrong. Moving in. You can move in any time on your lease start date. You are using a moving truck or moving company truck. Parking is available in front of the building, but cannot be reserved. The building has no elevator, so please be courteous to your new neighbors trying to use the stairwell while you're moving in. Okay, and now we're going to try to flip this over without messing anything up. And it looks like we basically succeeded. Written on the back is last lockbox number, buildings he owns. Day 1 I arrived here, day or morning, and morning is spelled MOURNING. Last lockbox number, buildings he owns, day I arrived. This is assembling a code. This is assembling a code. The day he arrived. So we got 1, 2, 3. The day he arrived here was the 2nd. July 2nd, to be precise. The buildings he owns, that's going to be this clue, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Buildings he owns is a 6. And then the last lockbox number, I wonder if that means it's an 8. I think maybe this thing is not going to be keyed with the number in the letter, but with this code. And the day of mourning, Jonathan is pointing out, is going to be this, 5th of July. So this is a code 8625 rather than the lockbox code, which is mentioned in this letter, 0728. So I think that's what we figured out, that this is actually going to use this code if I had to guess. And in fact, why don't we try it? Now, but what is this? What is this meant to represent? Before we check that out, Marco says, seems both burnt docs are from Emmett's apartment. So it does feel like Emmett is at the center of all this. The burnt documents are from Emmett's unit. It does feel like Emmett is at the center of all this. We don't know what this box is meant to represent. It's like a little cash box or something. So I think let's not open it until we hear some mention of it. But I think we might have the code to it. But I would love to get some game reference to what that box is. We've got 3 more physical items we haven't looked at, and we have another audio thing that we haven't listened to. Voicemail from Emmett Thatch. Oh, that's interesting. Yes, clearly everything is revolving around Emmett, but we don't know why yet. All right, let's read these emails, and then we'll see if that voicemail mentions this lockbox or something. Wasn't the woman on fire seen in George's apartment? No, the woman was just outside the hallway. No woman was in George's apartment. Okay, what have we got here? 4/7, July 5th. July 5th. Okay, let's start with the couple months before our fire. And someone is writing to George, the landlord, and it's Delia. Dear wiring issues, dear Mr. Southernly, this is Delia Lawler from flat 2A. She says, she mentioned the wiring problem. She says, I'm writing to inform you of some concerns I have with the wiring in the public spaces of our building. Do not know the last time you woke before 10 a.m., which you should know is not good for your health and a poor habit to have at your stage of life. But I'm accustomed to getting an early start to my day around 4 a.m. so that I can begin cooking breakfast and be ready for my morning constitutional. What's a morning constitutional? For the past several days, does that mean for her bathroom break? For the past several days, when I come into my main room to begin preparing breakfast, I have noticed a concerning flickering light coming from the hallway. The wiring in the hallway must be out of date, and truthfully, it is better if that is the case than my second assumption, which is that your building has become infested with rats or other vermin that are chewing through your wiring. I hope I don't have to clarify the terms of your own rental contract in regards to pest control in common building areas. If these issues are not rectified swiftly, you will be in breach of contract, and we will be forced to take matters to a higher authority, which will enforce your compliance. Thank you very much for your assistance in this matter. Yours, Delilah Lawler. And in fact, don't forget Delilah, I think Delilah may be the person making the anonymous calls about problems. But okay, let's go to the next entry. So here is someone writing to Emmett. Regarding Blue Force budget. Hi, Emmett. Just wanted to check in again to make sure everything is all right. As you know, we here at Foreman International pride ourselves on being a forward-thinking, results-oriented workforce. We noticed you haven't been coming into the office recently. And we fully approve of adjusting to work from home if that's what you need at this time. We've never required you to file your hours on or clock in and out of work. We believe in respecting our employees as adults who are capable of managing their own time and resources. However, these privileges are contingent on continued trustworthy performance, a kind of performance I have not been seeing from you this past week. I've not received any emails back from you since you began working remotely. And discussion with your other coworkers confirms this is a common problem. Even more critically, the budget report requested by our client, Blue Force, is due to be sent to them early next week, and I have yet to see even a draft copy to check over. You have been an employee with us long enough to know that the send deadline is the deadline for all checks to have been completed, not your personal deadline at which to provide us the draft. Your negligence is inconveniencing me, your coworkers, and the entire department, which will have to pick up the slack and work overtime, to ensure we meet our goals. If you cannot meet the goals expected of you for this position while working remotely, those privileges can be revoked. If you continue to not respond to emails, we may be forced to have a serious discussion about your continued employment at Foreman International. So our guy, Emmett, who just took out a month-to-month lease, seems like he's been sent on this remote work job. And a couple days before the fire, his boss is emailing him, telling him you've gone radio silent, no one's hearing from you, you're creating problems. But we know he's alive and in the building during this time. He just isn't responding to emails. Here is George's reply to that woman's complaint about wiring. He says, I don't know what you're seeing. I've been out in the hallway, lights look fine. I stood around for 15 minutes or so. I didn't see any flickering besides a normal fluctuation that incandescent lights always have. You can feel free to send in a video of a flickering light if it happens again, but I can't fix what isn't broken. And we don't have rats. Place was inspected on time as required. Okay. Anything on the back of these? No. All right. Well, I think we're going to have to listen to voicemail on Emmett's phone. Wilson says, I think it's a lockbox referred to in the burnt letter. I guess that's what I would think too, but then why wouldn't the code be the same? And also, it was a key lockbox. Let me just point out, I mean, we could be splitting hairs here, but he says, I'm not going to be here when you move in. I've left the key available for pickup in a lockbox. Let me just see what that actual word is. Lockbox on your door. The code is this. Once you get your keys, put the lockbox on the handle of my residence. So let me just point out something. From a game perspective, this could be that box. However, let me suggest that this is the image of a large, like, money box. The boxes they use for keys and for like real estate agents are tiny, and they've got a big hoop, and they're meant to go right on the handle of the door. And that is what he seems to be talking about. And then the code at the back of this seems to be giving a different code. He's saying use the last lockbox number and then these different numbers. So it feels to me like this might be Emmett's private separate box. And he's just made a note to him that he used a code similar to the code, but we haven't heard mention of it, but maybe it's going to be mentioned on this voicemail. I wonder if Emmett didn't steal any money. All right, well, let's listen to this audio and then we'll decide what we want to do with that box. So this is a voicemail from Emmett Thatch's phone. Let's see what we've got here. So it's a voicemail from July 3rd. So a few a few days before the fire and 2 days before the ceremony of Taylor Gelding.
I'm sorry, but the person you've called is not available. Please leave your message after the tone. After you finish your message, just hang up. Or to hear more options, please press 1.
Hi, honey. It's Jonas. Again. I'm not mad. I promise. I'm just confused. And worried. Mostly worried. I know you said it was for work, though I'm not sure what that means. Still, but whatever. Look, it was just so soon after that, I can't help but feel like I did something wrong. Did I do something wrong? Just... Could you call me back? Or if you need some space, we can talk when you're back from the work trip. Can you at least tell me when you think you'll be home? They can't just send you to Southby indefinitely, right? That'd be crazy. I love you.
Well, okay, so something's going on with Ebbet. His fiancée is concerned. The voice message was left July 3rd. The engagement ring is from June. It's expensive. It's purchased in Manchester a few days earlier. But there's problems with the boyfriend. He says, I can't help but think I've done something wrong. And then he said some weird things. In fact, I think we better listen to that again. It's a little weird. He's talking about an it. Like a something that happened.
I'm sorry, but the person you've called is not available. Please leave your message after the tone. After you finish your message, just hang up. Or to hear more options, please press 1.
Hi, honey. It's Jonas. Again. I'm not mad. I promise. I'm just confused. And worried. Mostly worried. I know you said it was for work, though I'm not sure what that means. Still, but whatever.
It's weird. He says you said it was for work, but I'm not sure what that means. What does that mean? I'm not sure what that means. The boyfriend says, I know you said it was for work, but I'm not sure what that means. It sounds like he's saying, I had to go to Sotheby. It's for work. And his boyfriend is saying, what do you mean you have to go to Sotheby for work? You work remotely from home. You don't have to travel. That's how I kind of read that. As Jonathan points out in the chat, he hasn't lied about where he is to the boyfriend because the boyfriend said you're in Sotheby, and we know he is in Sotheby. But it feels to me like what's happened is our guy Emmett has deliberately traveled to this building away from where he lives for a short period and his boyfriend doesn't know why. He's told his boyfriend it's for work, and his work doesn't want him to be here. His work is treating it like you asked to be able to travel and work remotely, but it's inconveniencing us. I think that's what's happened. I think that's what we're sort of grasping here. Emmett has specifically rented a unit in this building for reasons unknown on a short-term lease, expects to be going home soon, has told his boyfriend that he's here on work, and his work is saying, why are you should be back here. We notice you haven't been coming into the office. We haven't sent you away. You're not on a work trip. It's a surprise to us why you're not at work. Yes. Okay. Now we're getting a picture here, right? Our guy Emmett, on his own, has traveled and taken a short-term lease in this building. He's told his boyfriend he's here because of work, and his work has told him, why are you not at work? Absolutely. Emmett is doing something in this town. It may be that he's doing something specifically to this building for some reason, some revenge, some creature. It may be that Emmett is the fire creature, but Emmett is here on some ulterior motive. He's lying to his boyfriend about it, who he does love, but he's lying to his work about it. And I think we've got a piece of this. Yeah? That's the key. Those two pieces of evidence are telling us that no one knows why Emmett is here. Is this some sort of revenge thing? Okay, I think we've got to open this box now. That's all there is. John says, I agree with him lying to work and fiance, but not 100% on him coming to this building deliberately. Yes, it's true. It's not necessarily coming to this building. It could just be coming to this town. He could be doing something else in this town. Okay, so here's our code. Now, there's two codes we could check. We could check the code from the mail, and then what we think is the constructed code. I'm going to try this one first. It surely can't be this. Surely we have figured out that it's the constructed code, but let's just confirm it first. That would have been too easy if it was. Although it's still a little weird to understand. Yeah, I don't think this is the lock box. I don't think this is the key lock. This is Emmett's private lockbox. Okay, that doesn't open. I think what Marco is saying that Marco is saying that Hannah overheard the conversation about Sweetheart and she thinks she overheard this message. Okay, so now let's try the constructed code that we came up with as a team. It was 8. Oh boy. 8, 6, 2, 5. Okay, so we were right. Now, I think this is Emmett's private lockbox, and it's going to reveal what he's been up to. Why is he here? Is it because he's getting revenge, that he's blackmailing? Is that the message from him on the phone about blackmail? Here we go. got a map, a journal, and a newspaper clipping. Let's see. Let's see what we've got here. Annual school science fair. One dead. It's a revenge tale. One dead in block of flats fire. Or a blackmail story. Okay. A fire on Thursday in Manchester city centre claimed the life of one resident. Karen No was home alone in her fourth floor flat at the time of the fire. Flames spread to the stairwell, leaving her trapped, and the residence's windows proved too small to be used as emergency egress. No was eventually rescued from her flat by emergency services, but passed away yesterday in hospital care from smoke inhalation. Although the cause of the fire has not yet been determined by officials, No's fiancé has already filed a wrongful death claim against the building owner for failing to bring the residents up to fire safety codes. We've been paying every month to live in a death trap, said Wu Chen, No's fiancé. It's about time he paid for his negligence. We reached out to Manchester authorities about the fire, but were told that the investigation into the initial cause of the fire is still ongoing. All other residents of the block of flats were safely evacuated, but the residence is no longer safe for occupation and has been condemned until significant renovation is performed. Okay, let's see if we can figure out an approximate date here from this other article. Manchester School Science Fair returned with a bang this year, showcasing incredible talent, city's young minds. Manchester Central Convention Complex, students from over 50 schools. This year's event was the largest yet, 500 products on display. It's clear that these young people are not just scientists of tomorrow, they're already making a real impact. One of the standout projects came from a team of Year 10 students at Manchester Communication Academy. Their innovative solution for purifying contaminated water using locally sourced material captured the attention of the judges, earned them a top prize in the senior category. Asked about their inspiration, team member Aisha explained, "We were shocked about how many people around the world still lack access to clean drinking water. We wanted to do something to help change that." Junior category is won by a group of Year 6 students. Okay, so here we've got a death. Now, anything else jump out at you about this? So clearly this is in Manchester where this guy George's company owns so many buildings. Fourth floor flat. This woman died. Wu Chen is the fiancé, so it's not Emmett. It's a Chinese person. But something jumps out at me about this. What do you see? Anything? Does the chat notice anything? Anything else? I don't think you're noticing it. You ready? I'm going to show you. Keep your eye open. Ready? Now what do you notice? Yeah. So I think what's going on here is that this woman who got burned in this building It's the ring is from her shop. Maybe she's coming back for that ring. The boyfriend was quite surprised at the purchase of the ring. I wonder if he's been hired. I wonder if Karen isn't the spirit who has come back here, but okay, let's deal with that in a second. Okay, so the other thing in this box is citywide roadside assistance, and it's got a phone number. I don't think this matches any of the phone numbers. 020. It doesn't match any of our other phone numbers. Serving Manchester. Oh, we've got a bigger map of Manchester. And we've got some buildings crossed out. That's interesting. So it's lined up with his buildings. So there's that one. There's that one. This one is crossed out here, and this one is crossed out. These two here are crossed out, and these two are still here. Now, where are we? This fire was here. Why are these in Emmett's box crossed out? They're not related to the find. Interesting. Well, maybe they're going to be mentioned in the journal. Okay, so he's got a map of Southernly's properties, and for some reason he's crossed out these two, and this is the one that's got on fire. So it feels like Emmett is on some mission to track Sotheby's. All right, so here is the journal. Quite a bit to read here. This is the way it should work when you open up one of these boxes. You should get a whole big burst of new content. All right, here we go. 20 June. Still trying to get used to the journal. I've never been a very emotional person, but now certainly seems like a big enough moment for it. And Dr. Green said it would probably be good for me to have a place to put the thoughts. Lots of big changes all at once. I'll start with the bad, I guess, since I've always thought it was better to end things on an uplifting note. Hardly want to carry the bad thoughts with me for the rest of the day. The whole point of this journal is to excise the bad thoughts. Work has been, well, work. I don't know. It feels kind of stupid to be writing it down here when I already know it's a train wreck. I'm trying to do my best to keep up with my deadlines, but they just seem to keep piling up and up and up and up. Sometimes it feels like I can't breathe. But I'm still avoiding talking to my boss about it because that could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. What if I tell him I'm struggling and he realizes he should have fired me years ago? Jonas can't handle all our expenses at once. Jonas is the boyfriend, remember, from the voicemail. I try not to let him know I'm having a hard time. Jonas, that is. He's doing so well right now. I don't want to be the black cloud over his happy bubble. Besides, he's basically the only thing in my life that brings me joy right now, and so why would I ruin that? It's fine. I have a lot of free time on my hands. I can spend more of it at the office, sneak some overtime, finish these reports. Now the good. Jonas. God, I love him so much. He even asked for my ring size today. The man is not subtle, but I adore him for it. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and sometimes I wish I could be that way too. But I'm way too well practiced at shoving all this down. How could I waste my God-given talent? I guess that's what you're meant to help with, Journal. 24 June. Actually made some good progress at work today. The weekend was refreshing, I guess. Jonas and I stayed in, watched a movie marathon. Mostly rom-coms, which I personally don't care for, but I do love to watch him watch them. He gets all cute and starry-eyed. I just want to kiss his stupid face off. I wish I could be a bit more romantic for him, but it's just not my nature. He claims he loves me for me as is, so maybe it's okay I don't melt at the kiss in the rain or leave little hearts on sticky notes around the house or any of that. That's his area of expertise. Anyway, about work. It went really well today. I guess I found my groove or whatever. Everything seemed easier. I basically finished the lolly sheet, just got to put a few finishing touches on it tomorrow morning, but it'll feel good to pass that to my boss and have one less sword hanging over my head. I was feeling so good, I came home from work, cooked dinner for Jonas. Usually I give in to my terrible instincts and get way too much takeaway, which we really don't have the budget for. Especially since Jonas is saving up for something secret, which I certainly couldn't begin to guess what it is. Okay, I see what's happened here. I can see where this story is going. Jonas bought the ring, gave the ring to Emmett, and the ring has sort of taken over Emmett's brain and is driving him to get revenge for her. That's my theory. I thought Emmett bought the receipt, but now I'm thinking that maybe they both got rings. Or I think maybe just buying the ring has triggered the takeover of Emmett. Like he's got some mental issues. He's like weak. The spirit is, when he put on that ring, the ring from the dead woman's antique shop took him over and caused him to leave town and start this fiery revenge. All right, let's keep reading and see if I'm right. Jonas is saving up for something secret, which I certainly couldn't begin to guess what it is, but today I just had the energy. Jonas was very sweet about it, gave me lots of compliments, even though I know he'll never really get into eating vegetarian with me. Sweet, terrible at lying man. I'm just writing this before bed. I don't want to be up too late, so I think I'll cut this entry off here. Got to be an adult, get a full night's sleep so I can be productive at work again tomorrow. 28 June. Okay, now 28 June is the day when this is being posted. Yes, this is Emmett posting. Emmett's posting about Jonas buying this ring for him. That's what's going to happen. Okay. How is it possible to be so sure something is coming and yet be so surprised at the same time? I knew the proposal was coming. I was still so swept up in it, almost cried, which is pretty big for me. He kept it simple for my sake, I think. I might have died of embarrassment if he tried to hide the ring in like a souffle or something and made a scene in the middle of a restaurant. He knows me better than that, though. The ring is lovely, too. Nice and simple, just what I wanted. There's the ring. We know there's the receipt. So Jonas bought this, not Emmett. Jonas bought it. And when Emmett puts it on, the dead woman's spirit is going to get in him and have him get revenge for her. I don't know how these people who get huge diamonds deal with having that on their finger 24/7. Not only did it seem like a waste of money, it'd be so obnoxious and heavy and constantly getting in the way. This one fits just right, and it's so easy to wear. I almost forgot I'm wearing it. Right now, it's hard to forget about, but that's only because it's so new. And honestly, very, very exciting. I'm getting married. Never really thought that'd happen. Absolutely crazy. Still, the whole thing has filled me with a lot of adrenaline, and I'm not really sure what to do with it. Kind of want to go for a run, but it's the middle of the night. That seems crazy. I'll just take a shower and try to cool off some, and then get in bed with my fiancé. My fiancé. What a day. 29 June. It's hard waking up when my sweetheart isn't here. I just want to be back in his arms. I can't wait to start our lives together. Something doesn't feel right. Everything feels wrong, actually. My sweetheart. I need to go. I need to find out what's going on. The spirit is taking him over. Now he's going to tell Jonas, I'm leaving for work to Sotheby. He's telling his work, I need some time off. I'm working remotely. And he's gone. He signed a short-term lease, and he's going to get revenge. And then he says, I need to find out what's going on. The next page just says, finally remembered. Oh, 77009853335 and hearts. That's it. 1 July, 30 June. Now, that is the last note. 1 July, finally remembered. Now, whose phone number is that? Okay. Now, what do you think is happening here? Any theories? Jonathan says it also shows he's being taken over because he's not the kind to draw these hearts. All right, so here is that phone number. What's your theory? That's the only item with that phone number. You got a theory? Because I have a theory. That's exactly right, Jonathan. I 100% think that's what's happened. The possessed Emmett is texting the dead woman's former fiancé. So that's what's happened. He's left town. He needs to find out what's going on. And now he's the woman. He's Karen and No. And he's writing that as her. I finally remembered my fiancé Wu Chen's phone number. And so she's calling Wu Chen from Emmett's phone. Wait for me, wait for me, wait for me. I'll be done soon. And Wu Chen is saying, I don't know who you are. You're insane. You've got the wrong number. Stop messaging me. Marco says, but how did the ring get sold? Is it the ring of her daughter on purpose to trigger the revenge? I'm not even sure it is her ring. It could be her ring, but it could just be the store that her family owns was enough to trigger it. But it is antique, so it could be her ring, or it could just be the ring. So I think we've got it. I think it's Emmett started the fire, lied about being at dinner, but it's Emmett possessed by the woman's spirit, and that's the woman's spirit that he saw George Sotheby's southernly saw the woman's spirit of Karen No getting revenge. So I think we've got it. What do we think here? Are we all in agreement? Does anyone else have alternate theories or alternate things for us to check out? Because we have now looked at all of the documents. Let's reread two things. Let's glance through the interview with Emmett, because I think at that point he's back to his normal self again. But I also want to reread the text messages with Emmett when he was he was answering it as Emmett. So that is a little odd that he's not texting it as the girl, but he's like going back and forth between who he is. But let's just read this. Okay, Emmett Flat, tell me about the day. I don't have much to say. I had calls to make. I left the building for the evening. What time? He says about 5. Went to dinner, a steakhouse. Maybe he doesn't remember. Came back and they told him all about it. Okay, so nothing significant there. And then I just want to see again. I think this blackmail is just a total red herring. Or no, some secrets don't burn, can't hide forever. It's possible that's Emmett, but maybe it doesn't matter. And then I think it could just be a red herring. Okay, is it true our landlord lives in the building? Do you think he'll come on Friday? I haven't met him yet. What thing? What a selfish man. I'm engaged. I'll be going back to him once I'm done with my trip here. Yeah. And then this is just the red herring about the girl having an affair. What is the spirit's goal? To attack George, blackmail him, burn his building down? Is he transforming into the woman of flames? Yeah, I guess I'm not 100% sure whether he's transforming. You could imagine that the ring can transform him. And the actual thing is him, but that's not how I see it. If you saw a spirit shape of a woman, I don't think Emmett's physically transforming into her. I don't think we saw any evidence that Emmett is physically turning into a woman. So I think it's just that Emmett is setting the fire, and in the fire, her spirit can get summoned up because she's getting like set free. She's getting her revenge, which is all she wants, maybe. But we had the burned footprints from before the fire. True. That's true. So are the footprints... Maybe Emmett did transform into her. Maybe the spirit took him over. I think we should take our break and then come answer the quiz. So why don't we take our final break? When we come back, we can chat a little bit more. I don't have a theory about this. Maybe one by one, she's going to burn down all his buildings. I don't know what these are about, though. All right, we're going to take our break. We'll come back. We'll read the questions, and we'll find out if... Remember, it says after you read the questions, you could go back and research some more. So maybe we read the questions. We see if we basically get it. If not, we can think about it a little bit more. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. It's 1:21 a.m. here Saturday evening. We've been playing for a little over 3 hours. I think we basically understand it, but we do have some lingering questions. Let's check in with the chat. Some interesting points being made. First, about whether the Emmett is actually transformed into this flaming woman, or it's possible, isn't it, that I guess I would lean more towards the idea that George is seeing this woman almost like in his imagination. He's seeing the vengeful spirit, and that it's a spirit, and Emmett is in the somehow setting the fire with chemicals. Jonathan says, I guess we can see what questions ask. What about the footprints? Then there's a very good theory from the channel about what these X's mean. And what you're saying, what's being suggested is that Emmett is hunting for where George lives. And he checked this building, no, this building, no. And then finally, he's found him. In Southerly, where he's finally found the building where George is. And that's what the X's are. Previous attempts to find his house that failed. And then the question is, what is the spirit driving him to do? Was she trying to kill George? It is a little odd that the spirit who got killed in the fire would now want a new fire that might kill other people. But maybe the goal was to try to kill George, the owner, and the spirit was going to make sure everyone else got out. Maybe that's part of what the spirit was doing, was sort of getting everyone out of the else out of the building. And George only managed to barely escape. John says, we could listen to the initial audio, see if there are clues, how she might have failed to get her revenge. I think, yeah, let's do that. Another thing is George is paranoid about fire already. Is it because he's worried about more code violations? Could he have been in the other building while it was on fire and refused to help? That's an interesting idea. Do we think the secret is he didn't have the building up to code, or was he more directly responsible for the fire? No, I think he's just a bad landlord not bringing it up to code. Failure to meet code. That's all the clues. That he just doesn't care about taking care of his buildings. And that's why they went up in fire. And this building with the flickering lights. I think the flickering lights were probably the spirit of Karen. But I think the point is that George does not take care of his buildings. And that's why there was a fire in the previous one, right? I mean, like, this newspaper clip says the flames spread to the stairwell, leaving her trapped. The residence's windows were too small to be used in an emergency. It was a death trap. Okay, let's listen to the first audio and listen for any new clues, having now understand the story. Let's see if this makes any more sense, if we can figure out any extra clues.
Claim review KR74630. Policyholder George Southernley. Policy number 123981-349. Policy type building insurance. Site address 443 North Arlington Lane, Sothersby, R1 7LP. Date of incident 7th July 2024. Claim valuation £790,000. Assessment conclusion. Claim denied. Reason fraudulent claim. See incident description and police report. Incident description as follows. I don't care what my bloody history is. I don't care what's happened before. I'm telling you the God's honest truth, which I know means jack all to you insurance vultures, but at least I'll have tried. I'll spill my guts all over the page so you can tut over it and push it around your desks and file it and stamp it in big red letters, but maybe it'll get through to someone. Maybe one of you pricks will read it and internalize
the spirit has
it and
bankrupted
do
him
something
now.
about it. Maybe one of you will see her someday. Because I'm telling you now that she's still out there somewhere, and you'll remember my story and you'll know it's all your goddamn fault, because I told you so and no one listened. My building didn't burn down because of negligence or bad wiring or a rogue hot plate touching a blanket or whatever you're going to find when you poke around in the wreckage. It was a monster. When the alarms went off, I grabbed some things, documents and stuff, my emergency cash, my laptop, and I hurried off into the hallway to evacuate, and there she was, standing in the hallway, flame curling off her skin like steam off a bath. I should have smelled her more than anything. That sickening thick of roasting flesh, congealing, snapping fat, and peeling skin, but all I smelled was smoke. She wasn't screaming in pain either, just standing there like some kind of immolated phantom. I don't know who she was, if she was anyone. The flames licked over her face and I couldn't make out any details beyond a blackened human silhouette wreathed in that pounding inferno. Maybe she was just the fire itself. Everything she touched blackened and burned. The sprinklers burst at that point, drenching me and hissing out where it touched the burning woman. She barely seemed to notice. Her face, if you can call it that, featureless flame, tilted towards me then, and I'm not too proud to say I ran. Back into my flat fast as I could. To hell with the emergency stairs, I was only on the second floor. I jumped out the window. Felt my ankle hit wrong under me. It's fractured, by the way, just another way I'm the only one actually suffering here. But I didn't let it stop me. I just ran and ran until I couldn't see the black smoke of the sky anymore. Incident description ends.
Yeah, nothing new there. I mean, she did succeed in blackmailing him. He's not going to get paid for the insurance. He's going to be out hundreds of thousands of pounds. I think he might be out of this business. It is interesting, though. John thinks maybe she didn't help her escape. I don't buy it. I don't. He probably wasn't even in the building that she burned up in, Karen. He probably was just a bad landlord, and it's getting its revenge. I do think you have an interesting point that this is probably Emmett saying, I remember, some secrets don't burn. And then he's saying, what, trying to blackmail me? I don't know what you think you're going to get out of me. I've already paid my dues. Can't hide forever. Who's hiding? This is in 2 July, so this is what right before Emmett. Is this right before Emmett has signed his lease? Yeah, he's starting on the 2nd of July. All right, I think we should read the questions. I think we basically understand everything that's important in this case. So where's our, once we get the questions, maybe we'll see if there's something else. Here. Okay, so we're told we can go here for hints. So we might want to check this out before we wrap up today, just to see what the hints look like. And then here's where we're answering the questions. George seems to be saying there are no secrets. Yeah, maybe the ghost is just confused. I'm not sure if the ghost is confused or if the ghost just wants revenge and is getting her revenge. Like, even though he escaped from the fire, he's gone bankrupt. All right, here we go. Oops, no. All right, let's go to the questions. Come on. Okay, lockbox hint, lockbox solution. That's weird. It feels like, are these, well, I guess we're here. We'll click on them anyway. Let's see. 4 digits, 4 clues toward numbers on the back of the burnt up note. They must be related. In fact, some of the answers may in fact be on the front of this very same note. So it may be prudent to tape it together, take a picture of one side before flipping it over. Check who this note is addressed to. It's probably their lockbox. And here's our solution. At the top of the front, we can see the note was given to Emmett. Landlord website shows George Sutherland owns 6 buildings. From the lease, we can see he moved in on the 2nd, the day of mourning, giving us our code. Okay, we already got that. And we seem to be not on the solution page. Let's see. If I click up here, I can see quizzes and solutions. Select your case. Okay. Here's the woman on fire. Okay, what caused the fire that burned down 443 Arlington Avenue? That's the fire. So, do we think it was a fire monster, a vengeful ghost, neglectful building management, a misplaced candle, arson, or none of the above? Wow, everyone is saying ghost. That is not what I was going to answer. I was thinking the answer that we would put in would be arson, and that it's Emmett who's started the fire. That's the whole point, isn't it? Isn't it the whole point that you need Emmett to do this? It's a little bit ambiguous, though. It's like Emmett and he's possessed, but it's a little hard to know how to answer it. Everyone says ghost, though. It's a little ambiguous, though. I mean, don't we think the ghost is possessing him to start the fire? Like, if the ghost could do it on its own, it wouldn't need Emmett. The woman's ghost is making him do it. Yeah, that's true. But isn't she making him commit arson? That's what's confusing me. What caused the fire? That is confusing me a little bit. But I mean, I agree it's not a fire monster. It's not neglectful building management. It's not a misplaced candle. So it's either a vengeful ghost or arson. But I guess the key insight on our case is that it's a ghost getting revenge that possessed him to commit arson, I think. But okay, let's do this. Next. What caused the fire that burned down the Manchester building mentioned in the newspaper clipping? This is the one where I think it's neglectful building management. Jonathan is a little bit concerned that it might have been something else. But I think all our evidence is that this guy is neglectful of his properties rather than doing something else. Does everyone agree that this answer for what killed Karen is neglectful maintenance? I mean, remember, the husband says, we've been paying every month to live in a death trap. So I think this one is seeing, what? Jonathan thinks it's a candle from George. I don't think we have any evidence of that. We have lots of evidence that George is getting fined for violating business codes, though, and he never allows candles. Okay, so neglect. Let's go with that one. Last question. Who is the figure on fire? Oh, okay, that was my brilliant insight early. Karen, no. That was the one that I spotted. More than one of the above. That's an interesting choice, but no, it's all Karen. Everyone agree with that? Surely this is the easy one. Okay. All right. Who was the target of the fire? There was no target. Hannah, Emmett, George, or Delilah. Surely it's George is the target. Could be Karen and Emmett if he transforms. I see. No, the woman is surely Karen. Okay, everyone agrees it's George. All right, here we go. Here's our final question. Who does the number 985335 belong to? This is a cool one, right? Because this is a little trick question. This is a neat question. So let's make sure we don't get this wrong if we can help it. It's asking who's this phone number. This phone number belongs to this person who says, please leave me alone. And Jonathan is the one who answered this officially, but I completely agree. This is Emmett, possessed by the spirit, calling his old fiancée, who's saying, you're crazy, this is a wrong number. So the answer to this question is a wonderfully little tricky question to which we're going to answer none of the above. If the answer in here was from the newspaper, Wu Chen, then it would be an easy answer, but this is trying to be tricky by not giving us his name. That's pretty neat. All right, I think we're right. Shall we submit? Are we ready to submit this? Don't forget, when we finished, we will, of course, discuss our experience playing the game. I'm not 1,000% sure about these answers, but I feel pretty good about them. Perhaps that first one is the last one where I think you could argue it was arson, but that's a little detail. Okay, Mel Wilson says, let's do it. Jonathan Warner says, I'm going on record with the candle and Emmett and Karen as the different answers. Okay, just Jonathan likes to mix it up sometimes. Here we go. Here we go. What caused the fire that burned down 443 Arlington Avenue? The answer was a vengeful ghost. Points to the channel. What caused the fire that burned down the Manchester building mentioned in the newspaper clipping? Neglectful building management. Who is the figure on fire? Oh, so it was the combination of Karen and Emmett, maybe. We said it was Karen. And it wants the answer more than one. I guess it wants Karen and Emmett combo. Who is the target, George? And who does the number belong to? And we were right about none of the above. Okay, so technically, it's saying we got one question wrong, the question about the figure being Karen. Let's see if we disagree with it when we keep reading. Several years ago, although the specific timing cannot be determined from the newspaper clipping we discovered, one of George Sutherland's buildings burned down, causing the death of one of his residents, Karen No. Judging by the convictions on his criminal record, we can assume this incident was due to Sutherland's blatant disregard for fire safety codes. After dying from smoke inhalation, Karen's engagement ring was returned to her family, the No family, likely the owners of Antique No, judging by the store's name. Years later, Jonas purchased this engagement ring for his soon-to-be fiancé, Emmett. Emmett was overjoyed to receive the ring. The very next day underwent a sudden personality shift, as we can see in his journal. The previously verbose and unromantic Emmett was suddenly writing short entries with doodled hearts. This is because, after putting on the ring, Emmett became possessed by the vengeful ghost of Karen No. She didn't want to stay in his life, instead wanting to contact and return to her own fiancé, Wu Chen, although he had no idea who was messaging or calling him. We can see from her text messages through the remembered phone number and Hannah's account of Emmett being on the phone begging his fiancé to call back, that she was trying to reach Wu. These communications are unlikely to be Emmett reaching out to Jonas, since Jonas had been leaving messages for Emmett about how he wanted him to call, implying Emmett had been incommunicado since heading to Southby. Karen, as Emmett, had one other goal: vengeance on the negligent landlord who had caused her death. She did her research, finding the article about her death and the residences owned by Sutherland. She set out burning them down one by one, attempting to flush George out before discovering he was in residence at his building in Southby. She took the opportunity to move into the empty unit and waited for her moment. Karen, as Emmett, ingratiated herself with her neighbor Hannah, using her to find out information about when George would be in the building. According to the welcome document, Emmett had leased the flat entirely remotely and had not yet seen the landlord. Delilah and Hannah mentioned seeing bright lights in the hallway over the weekend, potentially times when Karen assumed her fiery, vengeful form to attempt to immolate George, but he wasn't yet at home. The burnt-in footprints leading from Emmett's flat to George's reinforced this hypothesis. Finally, George returned home, and Karen seized her chance, approaching him in the hallway as a fiery phantasm. Seeing as Karen did not succeed in her mission to take his life, the OIAR assumes she remains an active external and will create a record in this file for future reference. I tied the group. Jonathan was right on the third one. Well done, Jonathan. Thanks, but averaged out went different on 2, got 1 right and 1 wrong. Okay, so we were absolutely right about the call to Wu Chen. I guess this game, we were right about hunting him down in the other buildings. I guess this game wanted us to be a little more detailed about figuring out that the spirit just was trying to burn George up. Sounds like the spirit sort of set the building on fire by accident, but it really just wanted to kill George. And it did resolve the question of this vengeful ghost, what was living in Emmett's body and sort of turned into that spirit that George saw. It was a little bit, I would have thought that if that spirit was so dead set on killing George that it would have been a little more antagonistic about him when he saw him in the hallway. He seems to have said, like, I saw the spirit, it was just sitting there in the hallway, so I left. It would have been a little more convincing if he said it chased him. And so I guess according to this, there was no arson. Like, it seems like it's suggesting that the official answer is that Emmett turned into the fire creature spirit, and that started the fire. No external chemicals were used to start it, even though I felt like it was strongly hinting that there was chemical accelerants used. I might have a little bit of quibble with that. But I'll tell you what we'll do here. Let's take a 3-minute break. We'll come back. We'll talk about our experience here. I'll give a little short spoiler-free review first, and then we'll have a group chat about what you all thought about it in 3 minutes. So we've just finished playing The Woman on Fire, one of the 6 cases in the Magnus Protocol Mystery set that just released on Kickstarter. I'm going to give you a very quick spoiler-free review of the experience, and then we'll have a spoiler-filled chat with those on the channel who joined me when we played through this live. So let's start with the bottom line. We decided to stress test this set. I was very skeptical about this because they seem to produce 6 different of these cold case supernatural games in such a short period that I thought this might be one of these cases where like they put some effort into the first case and then the second set of 3, which are sort of the bonus set that some people wouldn't order. I thought they'd throw lots of crap in there. So we picked a game in the second set, sort of in the middle there, with a medium level 3 difficulty. And we liked it quite a lot. I thought it was actually very well done. And I'm going to talk a little bit about why I think this was such a satisfying case. A little bit of preliminaries first, though. It took us about 3.5 hours to play. That means I think for the average group, it'll probably take you an hour or 2 to play. I think medium difficulty is right, maybe a little bit on the easier side. But the star here, I think, is the storytelling. This is fairly standard cold case type game in terms of the kinds of evidence, but everything you want is here. We had some phone records, some statements that there was some real subtlety in some of these things. We had a couple of these little aha moments where we made a connection here. There was some fun, subtle stuff about connecting phone records. But the most satisfying thing was sort of the storytelling, the emotional storytelling. It was done well. There's a couple little good voice acting here, just a little bit of it. There's some writings to read of characters, and it was done very well, emotionally felt connected and interested in the characters. So I think all of that was done very well. Mechanically, the hints, the questions at the end, the sort of quantity of the epilogue solution and the storytelling, all very well done here. I think the mechanical setup of this, where you've given a little bit of suggestion where to start. You've got these little QR codes where you can watch the audio. Everything mechanically worked very well. So a big thumbs up for me. Now, the part that I think deserves a special credit here, though, is the use of the supernatural. Many people who play these kinds of games don't want supernatural stuff. You want sort of a realistic case so you can sort of use psychology and use your understanding of the world to make conclusions. And all of these cases are set in this supernatural world, but the little short instruction pamphlet in the beginning goes to some real length to sort of set up the rules of the world to you. It basically says, look, there's supernatural elements here, but it doesn't mean anything goes. You should look for logical ways that the supernatural world works as described in the components, in the documents you have. And it should be a natural conclusion. It should make sense in this world. In the world they set up with the creatures and rules and motivations should be one that's familiar that you could think about. And that really held true in our gameplay here. There was a supernatural element, but we were able to reason about it and reason about psychology, motivations, likelihoods. And to me, that is a tricky thing to get right, to get the balance right. There aren't that many of these games that are supernatural. And I think that Sidney Engelstein and this Magnus Protocol group here at Rusty Quill have pulled it off. We have got an honest-to-God supernatural cold case games that feel unique and satisfying, and were done well. Okay, now we're going to have a discussion with the rest of the group that played this with me live, where there may be spoilers you don't want to listen to. Okay. Amato Rose says, good story. Jonathan says, it was an interesting case, enjoyable. The story was more grounded than I expected. That's what I was getting at. I thought there'd be more paranormal horror scenes sprinkled throughout, not saying it's good or bad, just an observation. I do think maybe a few points were left a little more ambiguous than necessary. Yeah, I would agree with that a little bit. I'm curious to see how the others compare in terms of being mostly grounded, or if they vary in the amount of horror scenes. Marco says, the story was good. The mystery as a whole was not difficult to solve, but we couldn't figure out all the connections and finer details provided in the solution. I would have liked more details about the origin of all the documents. I think I would agree with that too, especially the locked box. I would agree with that. That's one of these things that some of these cold case games explain where every document came from, and some of them just throw these documents at you and you have to just imagine how you got your hands on them. Marcos says, maybe cases with difficulty 1 and 2 would be too easy for us, but if the story is good as this one, we'll enjoy those cases. Maybe we can save difficulty 1 and 2 for a future Halloween marathon and use them if we want a story or feeling burnout. I think, you know what, you remind me of something else I wanted to say, but it is related to that. It's absolutely true that if there's a good story and it's told well, there's no shame in being easy. It's still an enjoyable experience. It's not an ideal. It's not ideal. Ideal, you want real challenge and real great moments where you're stuck and figured out. But if the storytelling is good, that can make up for an easier case. The other thing that I wanted to mention in the spoiler for free review part that I forgot to do is the other part that's attached to that is that when everything works smoothly, when there's no frustration, in terms of frustration at a puzzle, at trying to decrypt a code, at trying a million different versions of a password, at dealing with a website, because everything here was smooth as butter in terms of going through the process. There were no documents that were filled with errors that made it painful to understand where it fit in. Because the experience was so pleasant, it makes having an easier case not a problem. It just becomes a pleasurable experience. Are you going to do episode 2 of this tonight or tomorrow night? No. I've got to get back to programming. Now, Wilson says, I really liked that the storytelling was so good. At no time did I say to myself, nah, that could never happen. Well, I mean, it's a testament to this game that we bought into this supernatural world. It's also interesting because the supernatural element of this story was almost just in the fact that this guy sees this vision. Like, you don't really have to do much else, although it was very cool when we figured out that the ring had possessed him and that you could see in his journal. There were a couple actually good fun moments here. One was that realization that he's being taken over by the ring, and that the ring had possessed him. But even before that, we had another cool moment where we realized that Emmett had been lying to his work and his boyfriend. That was a particularly cool moment where we could put together from the multiple documents, hey, he's lying to his boyfriend and work about why he's traveled to this town. That was pretty cool. I also appreciate the initial guide with the technical details about the date format and the thing telling us we don't have to go on the internet. I completely agree with you, and that's another one of these surprises, like from a group that has never done these kinds of cases. I mean, you cannot ask for better than this. It's telling you, like, here's how to know who's talking to who. It's telling you don't worry about the time so much. It's telling you you don't have to go to the internet. It's telling you how to think about the supernatural stuff. It's telling you how to know when you've got enough information to answer the game. It's telling you when you can go back and change your answers up until the last minute. It's telling you you're never going to have to make real phone calls. I mean, this is like how to do it. In a little brochure, this is like a little class on how to do this right. I said in the beginning of this live stream that I was a little worried that Sydney Engelstein had bitten off a little bit more than she could chew, and jumping into this new genre with 6 cases and a company that had never made a single cold case before and turned it around in such a short period, it felt like that was risking getting things wrong. And actually, they kind of hit it out of the park here. Anna says, I bet they played a lot of these games. They must be fans of this genre, but even when you're a fan, even when you've played a lot, this is almost like you've studied the genre and you said, you know what would be great? A little tiny summary of how to avoid frustrating the players. Keep the players from getting frustrated. And that's what this is. This is sort of an anti-frustration pamphlet. Don't waste time trying to go to the internet when you don't need to. Don't waste time trying to figure out date formats. Don't waste time trying to second guess stuff. We lost the thrill of calling strangers at 1 a.m. Now, let's point out a couple of things that I think, okay. Now that we see they can do such a good job at this, let's talk very briefly about something that's a little unfortunate. If I knew they were going to do such a good job with this, it might have been nice to say, make a connected story. Make a story that can build with an order that you would play these cases, where there's some unfolding, connected long story. Especially because that's part of the appeal of this podcast, is that it's not just standalone anthologies, but some continuing storyline. So it might be nice to, if they do more of these, it would be nice to have a longer case. Especially Sydney Engelstein did Legacy of Gravehold, a very good legacy game. I would love to have big, long, 6-part connected story of supernatural stuff. All right. Well, that was pretty enjoyable. Thank you all for joining me. I do appreciate the company and the help. I think it's pretty safe to say we'll be playing another one of these. I think maybe if we're smart, we'll work our way up to the hardest difficulty one. There's one level 5 difficulty, and there's another level 3 and a level 4. 1, 2, 2 3s, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. So I think maybe we'll either play another 3 next, or we'll start moving our way up to 4 and 5. I'm very curious to see what they do next. I'll see you all on the next video.